Okay, I think we should be good on both ends here. So we'll be going over our new live here, doing some more painting of our minis. Okay, so I think last time that we left off is that we were looking at doing another Deathwing Knight. So we have, I just dropped that guy, but we have part of this guy basically done. We'll see if I will have to make any changes as I look over the model later on. But this is currently what we are looking at right now. We have the bleached white with some Wraithbone on top of a few dark greens with Caliban green and AK's dark green that I work on for things like his robe, and a few reds for highlights on things like the sword. So I got 5 of these guys to paint. One of them will be a little bit different than the rest, but we'll be going over the next one. Another guy with a mace. This time he has a much larger sword. I'd like to see, actually, if maybe we can compare. I can try, because I did see this online as well, we can try for the outlines on the shield and maybe a few other notable outlines. We can try doing some gold as we did with the Inner Circle companions the last time that we worked on this. So as before, I think what we need to do is that I want to see if we can practice my ability to be able to work our way up from a very dark, almost like very dark tan color, and then moving up to something more like the actual Wraithbone that we get later on. So because of that, I'd like to see if I can get a good mixture going on. Again, with different parts, what I have here to start with is that we have some grimy gray. You can see that back there, right? Some grimy gray from AK is a nice muted gray tone, but we want to make it a bit darker, so I'll be mixing that with some of the Warhammer brown that I have as well. And we want to make a kind of a very dark beige-ish color so we can actually work towards making something happen there. So with that, let's go ahead and see what we can do. So I think we can start here. We do need a large portion just to get the mixture going. So we go with multiple parts of the grimy gray, and then let's add in 1 part of the Warhammer brown here. Always got to make sure we shake our paints before we begin, as you do. Which, did this thing get clogged? That just happened. Okay, hilarious. All right, yeah, it was clogged. All right, well, we'll have to work our way around that. And that's just kind of funny that we just completely wasted a bunch of paint because the nozzle was clogged. But we'll have to work our way around that. Hopefully, I don't know, I'm gonna have to clip that myself. That is the first time that's ever happened to me, a squeeze bottle actually being clogged with other paints. But let's clean this up the best that we can. They kind of ruined a bit of my map, but that's all right. We'll have to live with that. I need some more paper towels here. I didn't think it would give out like that, at least for that part of the bottle. Oh well, that's gonna leave a few stains, but we'll have to make do with that. I wonder if I actually do need to change out this palette now, because I completely flooded 1 part with the with that Warhammer brown. Huh? How did that get clogged out of that thing anyways in the first place? Let's see, I think I need a paper clip to unclog that first. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, okay. So that would unclog that. Huh. And first time that has ever happened with the squeeze bottle. I normally like squeeze bottles a lot more, but looks like today is going to be the day where it just explodes on me like that. So we have a whole lot of brown to use. I guess at the end of this stream, I'll have to just clear out this this parchment paper and get another one off my set here. Oh, that used up quite a bit of the brown, but we'll have to make do. Okay, so with that out of the way, we're going to need to first contend with the fact that we need to mix up some paints on a different section here, and we'll have to use as much brown as we can. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. If we take up some of this brown here, let's go with another scoop of brown. Okay, suppose that will have to do for now. So actually, let's make sure we get a good spread here. Try to see what that consistency looks like. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, let's clear out the brush and let's go with that. Okay, so thankfully none of the paint got on this guy here, our completed guy, so we'll have to use that as our reference for later on. But for now, we will start first by going over one base coat of this mixture that we have. It's just to get something to work with a darker beige color, and then we can work our way to lighter tones from that. At least that way we can play with some of the tones that we can work our way up to. Mostly because it did prime this model black, we would need to utilize a lot more of a transition to the lighter colors nonetheless. And if we had this this paint a bit more watery, that should be okay as well, because we just want to reach to all the crevices. Because again, if this is the color that's inside all the crevices, there really shouldn't be any problems at all. We'll just face in the lighter areas as it should, and that should be of no problem. Underside of his boot can be a different, darker color, so don't have to concern ourselves too much with that one. Actually, I wonder if I do need a clipper right now. Let's see if I still can. I just completely, my mind went blank on that. Let's see if, will it show if I looked for it? That's a bit too far. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, we'll have to find it in the VOD later on then for me to find that exact moment where that paintbrush blew up on me. Oh well, such is life. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot more of this brown. Scoop up as much as we can to work with. Let's mix that in. And we're gonna need a bit more of the that grimy gray to even this one out. It's mostly brown now. Okay. Surprised how quickly I used that one up. But let's work our way through this. Okay, we can use this for now, and then we'll swap over to make sure to clear this brush out. It's a little bit more darker with some more browns to it, but again, that's fine. That's actually quite good for us to work to the lighter ones afterwards. I just want to try to get as much paint off this brush before I need to wipe it down to keep it from sticking. Okay, let's go ahead and the issue is because I don't want this paint to go to waste. We'll have to go and expedite this to other primed models, and we'll have to come back to this guy afterwards. Just going to kind of go with the lighter brush strokes. Again, we don't have to worry about certain parts. Again, they'll be painted all over with the actual colors. We just want this tan color to go across all the parts of this guy, and then move on to the lighter colors to play off of what we can't get off of the crevices and things like that. Okay, I think this is an alright basis to start with, and then we'll move on to, because I do need to focus on trying to use as much of the brown that I spilled out as possible. I think we're gonna have to move on to another model and keep using that before this all dries up and goes to waste. It's quite of a seam that I have on my wet palette there with how much brown there is, but such is the way of having a bottle explode on me. But should be no problem. That can help us run through as many of these models as I can using the colors that I need. So we'll come back to that with more of a finer brush later on. Because of this great mess of brown that I have thrown onto myself, we're going to need to mix some more paints, and we need to keep going. So let's go and scoop up quite a bit of brown off of the edge here. This needs to be all mixed in. Okay, not a bad consistency. Okay, so we're gonna get started on doing that. Taking care of this guy now. Let's say this guy's on top of a rock, so he gets the very tactical rock to work with. Okay, reset the brush with how much paint that I slapped onto it from mixing. And we're trying to focus on just the main parts here and the crevices. And certain other parts that are painted other colors we can leave alone. And we wait to see. That's good enough for now. Yeah, some other things will be kind of painted other colors, so we don't have to worry about that too much. It's mostly all the main areas that will be painted a lighter color. Again, we're going to work with this very beige color and work our way up that wraith bone afterwards. Okay, so we got 2 more guys to do, and hopefully we'll see if that's enough of the brown that I used to justify this major spillage that I have here. This one already has some of the gray inside of it. Let's see what this looks like right now. Okay, let's get a little bit of that gray in there. It's a little bit darker, but should be acceptable to use for the time being. All right, let's get some of the major parts on there off of the brush, and then we can spread that around. Okay, we need to reset the brush here as before we keep moving. Yeah, we'll take that for now. We'll move on to the last model here as we use up all this great mass of brown that I spilled out. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like even with all this, I don't think I'll be able to use up all the brown that exploded on my bottle earlier today. So we'll just have to accept the fact that we will lose some of this color later on. But at least for now, our technique is working, that we are just going over and making sure each of these guys have all their crevices covered as we work our way up to a lighter shade towards that Wraithbone white that we are looking for. It's a bit of a mishap to start the day, but I think we should be good. Moving up to it. Yes, Potato Slayer. These are the Dark Angels. This is the Space Marine faction. Specifically, these are Deathwing Knight models. These are Terminators. They're a lot more chunkier, and they have great shields and maces that people normally take on them. So again, from the Dark Angels chapter of the Space Marines in Warhammer. So we're gonna try a different technique. I did finish one of them. It's gonna look something similar to this. We finished this on Tuesday. So one of these guys, again, we're looking for that bleached white armor, as well as some of the accents in the dark green on their robes and shield. And it took a little bit of time, but we gotta work our way to making something like this. I wanna try a different technique where we start with a more tan color, as you can see here, and then we'll work our way up to that white, because painting full white, it doesn't look very good, just because there's nothing brighter than white. So with simple color theory, we can layer on additional lighter colors as we work our way up. This is just here just to cover all the crevices and things of that sort. So if they're not painted, it's fine, because crevice-wise, again, having a darker one inside of recesses of armor is perfectly fine to work with. So with that, we're just going to try to work our way down the line across all these models and then see what it looks like when we start adding the more layers to the lighter colors. I think again, I can get away with using a bit more brown actually. I do need to find a way to quickly use up all this brown that got splattered on my bottle. But I think the next lighter color we'll use just a little bit of brown, not as much, but we can still use the ones that I have available here. So I think we actually need also a bit more, because all I have left is just browns. So, oh yes, okay, yes. So Warhammer, of course, is a great thing to look into. Obviously, you have to, if you're actually gonna start building actual models, yeah, that's gonna be a big decision to see what you want to start with. Of course, normally people just like the things that they think are cool, or in certain factions that they like certain things that they normally do. So of course, there's always plenty to choose from. You can always look at, obviously, online as well, what other people have worked on. I personally, I have Dark Angels here, which is the Space Marine faction, as well as Tau, so the aliens with all the guns. Those are my two main factions that I currently own models for. So yeah, it is a whole journey to pick up models, see which ones you want to do, and start working and building up your skill and actually making these come to life. Yeah, I personally do like Tau the most, just because I actually don't paint them kind of like the way that they should be painted. Where's one models here? Let me see. Just a second. I can show one of the models. So because I don't paint them in the standard fashion that they do on the box art. Let's see. Let's see if I can grab something real quick for you. Let's see, just a second. I gotta reach through my case here and pull out a model for you just to get a look at it. Yeah, they do look quite nice. So let's see if I can showcase it if my cords don't get all tangled up here. But obviously so a Tau box will look something like this. We got their normally they used to be in like a orangish color. That's what they normally used back then, but they kind of switched to a white look for most of their war suits and things like that. But for me, I switched it more up to, because my favorite football team is the Los Angeles Rams, so I do Rams colors, the yellow and blue. So it's pretty alright to paint because it's all just panels, so you just do the one thing right after the other. So that one's pretty easy to do. It's just that you can do a lot more in detail, but it's something that I personally worked on, and I'll get back to painting more because I do have, that's the one I have like a full-size army for, and it does take a long while to get everything painted up properly. So it is a process, but it's something that you'll learn to, yeah, to get through. And of course, yeah, again, creativity is one part of that. You don't have to paint exactly like box arts. I know for me, this is not exact. This is very similar because this is kind of lore accurate to the way that these Deathwing Knights should look like with the color of the armor. But I took a few liberties as to what it looks like otherwise for some of the parts. Oh, yeah, that is something that I hear, and when I try to get my friends to try to start doing Warhammer as well, is that they're afraid because they have no artistic skill that they're just gonna have someone else paint for them. But the part of the thing that brings this to life, and of course, like if you like the game, of course you play the game, and I also love the game, so I do play a lot. But part of it as well is that, you know, I have a lot more affinity or even like attachment to playing this game because I can make some of the models. Like I am not anywhere near as good. Again, my brother's the one who's been doing this a lot more than me. Yeah, so he's the one who actually likes doing the building and painting away a lot more than actually playing. But we do play together quite often. It's just that he really likes just the process of making things come to life, and not just exactly the way that the boxes have to. So, at least for me, someone that has come over from being disillusioned by Magic the Gathering, sadly, yeah, that hobby is no longer alive for me anymore. So, this is a good step back to actually having a bit more, yeah, exactly, yeah, if you might know what's going on over there. But this is something that actually you can put a lot more effort into and actually have a hand in what you're doing rather than just buying cardboard rectangles that are shiny. So yeah, I also convinced a couple of friends, you know, who came over from like things like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, just because I think there's a bit more to a hobby than just collecting shiny cardboard rectangles, you know, and actually putting your hands to good use to at least try to make something like this. So yeah, exactly, yeah, so no problem. Yeah, we'll see. Again, if you find anything, just go start with something small and see how it looks like, because I think the building process is a bit separate too, because this is actually, the building process is the most streamlined one. You just follow the instructions, glue the pieces together, and then you start to see it all come to life in one aspect. But then yeah, when you prime and then you paint the models, that is exactly where you get to see it all come together. So unless of course you're the type to be the perfectionist, which I have plenty of that in myself, and then you just get disappointed by your own skill. But I think it also teaches you a bit of humility, because you do have to learn how to do things properly over time. It isn't just a one-time thing of like, oh, you've done it and that's it. Yeah. All right, no problem. Thank you for stopping by Potato Slayer, and we'll hopefully see you next time. Yeah, I stream about 2 to 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So if you do hit that follow button, we can see you again next time, because I usually do paint and I also play live games. So hopefully we'll see you next time. Okay, let's see, where were we here? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have to accept that for now. Okay, so we got all 4 of these guys all lined up nicely with their first base coat here. Let's see. We have so much brown. We have to figure out what to do with that. Let's think about this for a second here. Let's see. So if we focused on the lighter aspects of this, what would we do if get this amount mixed in? Okay, just slide this bit of water onto that. So what if instead, oh, of course, you get this plate stripped off again. What does it look like in comparison? Oh, it's almost there. Okay, so let's see here. To come back with that with a more precise brush, so we'll go with that. Let's see, where is, oh, my phone's here. Okay, let's go with our number two brush here, and let's see what we can do. see, we're going to need to get into the crevices of this guy. Let's see. It's a little bit on the more grayish side, if anything, but we'll accept that for now. It's not exactly Wraithbone, but we'll see. Maybe we can get a couple more highlights off of that. But for now, let's see here. What needs to be done is that we need to make sure that everything but those crevices are completely full. As we can get this kind of lighter white, a little bit gray in there. Although we're missing that little tinge of yellow that I'm looking for here. We needed something closer to that. So what we're gonna do then is explore what if we went straight over to the Wraithbone. See how that looks like if we painted that on another leg piece. If we got them one next to the other, we can really tell the difference. Are we going for a certain look or not? Okay, so we got ourselves some Wraithbone from Citadel here. So we just got to make sure to shake up our paints before we get into it. Okay, so we got to make sure our paint is fully mixed. We scoop out any consistent amount here. Let's just be sure that this is the color that we're looking for here. All right. Yeah, I think Wraithbone really is that color that we're looking for. It's got a bit of a pop to it, even with the underlayers of the that beige tan color that we first coated them. So, looks like we have our next step in front of us. It's got to be Wraithbone next time around, and we'll see what that looks like in comparison. So we'll need to scoop out a good amount, and then we'll see what our original layer looks like. But first, because it is quite hot and dry in my room, we do need to refresh the wet palette here. Okay. All right, good. Let's make sure we don't lose that. Actually, oh yeah, we need to do this real quick too. I did have this piece of armor fall off of this Deathwing Knight, so let's go ahead and re-glue that piece back on in between his armpit, really. Just make sure we get that back on and in place. Okay, that should look something like this. We'll repaint that armor plate as well. I kind of forgot about that, but we let that glue set as we move on to getting this Wraithbone here. And let's go get some onto there. All right, nobody's coming in talking smack about his current record playing salamanders. What was it? He said what? 4 wins, 2 losses, best in the world. I guess so, huh? You want a record like that to play in the board game? All right, that's good for now. So let's go ahead and start putting this on. And we'll come back in with our finer tip brush to cover the spots that we missed here. And now we just want to focus on the lighter areas of it. Any other spots that are missed often in crevices are completely fine, because that should be a bit darker. So that's what that 10 underlayers for. So we'll just focus on the parts that we can get over, and then we'll leave the rest up to the dark parts. So hopefully us following this easy color theory should be able to get us a nice more depth with our colors than we would normally have if we painted everything the same exact color all the way through. Hopefully this will give us good results. Well, no way. I actually don't have a full game set up. I was most likely gonna play, but I don't know. Were you looking to try something? Because I was gonna reach out to some other people to see if they had time to play, but if you do, then you can run one. And we'll see if you can up that score on the salamanders. I think that's all I can do with this brush for now. We'll switch to the thinner tipped one. I think I'll take that for now for this guy. So again, we're kind of matching this color here. We just get a little bit more depth with it. I just got to change that color of the rock that he's on and should be fine. But, I mean, there is this section behind his leg. Although, yeah, we still have actually one more armor plate to go over. Be sure to get that. And then the lighting here. I'm gonna mix a bit more three-dimensional here with a few spots that are darker underneath the whites, which hopefully should be able to make this guy come to life a bit more. Good, so we'll accept that. Oh, okay, wow. He just got completely based. Wow, amazing. You know, I think I like to believe I glue these guys pretty well, but for whatever reason, they just don't want to stay. Not today, apparently. Okay, we'll have to leave this guy here on his base here. And let's move on to the next guy. Or better yet, maybe we can focus on the guy that we just finished that coat for. And I do want to try something here. I am quite curious to see if we can get a look on his shield and his robes. First and foremost, let's get to that armor plate of his. Well, I wonder actually, can I make this guy come to even more life if I just get certain parts in that Wraith Bone? That actually gives me an idea. And then work on the edges. Upper ends where the light would hit. Almost. I'm actually might be getting to something here. So we can take advantage of the fact that we have 3 shades to work with now. That puts to a bit more life to certain aspects of this model here. Well, we made some parts right there. Let's see if we can gather up some. This should not be in the primed black. This needs to be colored in. Oh, I completely missed his underarm. Okay. I was too busy blocked by the shield to take notice of that guy. Okay. That worked a lot better than I thought it would. At least from what I can see again. Unfortunately, not really easily seen on the camera, but with these multiple layers, it actually brings a lot more depth to the armor. So maybe we have to work on that. It'll take a little bit more time, but that's the one thing we've got over here. Let me double check something real quick, and then we'll move on to the next guy. So will still be some use of the brown that I have, because we need to make more of that lighter light gray, and then we work our way up to that wraith bone on just some of the highlights there. Let's see if I can get some information on this real quick. I have to check online. Well, just a moment here. See if I can get this information real quick. Okay, so they didn't even do Saturday. Okay, very well. That's the way that scheduling goes. Okay, so let's get some more of this. Now that we'll have to get to by smaller brush. Okay. I think I'll accept that for now. We'll come back with more Wraithbone there. And then let's go back to this guy here. Let's go with a lighter coat for this guy. And then we move back to the first. So I didn't think about doing it, but I guess I already am doing more of an assembly line approach for these 4 models that I have left to do. Well, but I guess because they're all so similar, they all the same weapon. I guess I can get away with that. Okay. I think I'm starting to accept the fact that we will go over this again with more Wraithbone on the edges, so I think this should be okay for now. And this is just to get the starting coats ready, and then we'll be layering on more as we move forward here. Sure, I'll take that for now. I'm just gonna stop smacking my camera upside the head. Okay, let's see here. First, we will go back over our first model and see what we can do on the details. So back to this guy, I really want to try something here. We have ourselves some old gold, and we're gonna try to see if we can get some golden outlines on his shield. And the palette is already dry again, so we will need to throw in some more water on that. Okay. Alright, so first things first, let's get some of this gold here. Shouldn't be that much. So again, I want to try this outer edge of his shield in this color. And then we'll most likely have to go over it again once I'm done, because there might be some oopsies done in the center of that shield. I think that'll do. Got a nice golden trim around this guy's shield here. And, you know, let's try to be a bit brave here. Why don't we go ahead and try and do a bit of a gold trim around the skull here. So the bones will be of its own bone style color, but the emblem around it could be in gold. We just might be able to get away with some of that. Not too bad. And then we got this golden halo around the sword here on his shield. Okay, not too bad on that. One last thing is that he has one trinket hanging off of them that should be in gold as well. Okay, and we actually still keep having just a little bit more gold paint to use. So we're gonna try this guy here, another emblem around a skull on his knee pad. Okay, that should be good enough for now. I'll take that, and let's go move on to the next color. So I think here we were going to try to do our good old scheme of using a very dark Caliban green, and then we move onwards to AK's dark green to put some highlights on that. Okay, so we have some Caliban green, which is a nice, very muted dark green color that is mostly used for Dark Angels. We'll take advantage of some of that. Top of that, we'll get some of the AK's dark green as well, and here we'll be able to get some highlight color on there as well. I like the way these two play off each other, so we'll see what we can do. So we got to do both his shield as well as his robes there hanging off his body. So we will need a pretty sizable amount to get started with, and then we go from there. Which reminds me, I do need to tune into something here on the side as well. It is Thursday, so just a second here. Let me get that all set up. So let's go ahead and start moving on to his shield here. We should spread out some more of this paint. So this muted, very dark green color should be useful into starting with the base of the shield, and then we work our way up with some highlights with that dark green. So surprisingly, because this color is very muted and it's on a black primer, you can actually like hardly see it on the camera, but it'll show once we work with some highlights as well after the fact. Almost like we have to, once we're all done with this, go back over with some more gold with some of the oopsies that have been done on the shield. Okay, so that's going to be the color onto the shield. Again, you can see just a little bit. Again, it's really extraordinarily dark and dull green, but that works for now. We'll move on to his robes as we wait for it to dry on the shield. So I'll come back to that in a little bit. Yes. Oh, Slice, you're back again. Yes, I suppose you can say I am doing Banshee fodder again. Yeah, surprisingly enough, I actually did a 2v2 the other day with some friends. I was teamed with an Eldari player, and yes, I did get to see the work of the Banshees. Sadly, though, they were pitted against the Paragons from the Sisters, so those are actually vehicles, but they did a very good job nonetheless. But indeed, I'm sure for you, this is just going to be fodder for the Banshees. But yes, we're still working on more of these guys, so that is what we have planned for today. Okay. So you got his robes. I mean, we always remember the backside of the robes. But we'll see. You know, what I think I like about Banshees is that, you know, if these guys ever do live, because we do Deathwing Knights do only take 1 damage each from Banshee attacks. Well, if they slap back, they will be shattering quite a few of them. But that is a conversation to be had once they're both fielded on the battlefield, isn't it? Okay. So we got the first dark green layer with the Caliban green, so we're going to move on to AK's dark green to get some highlights on this thing. Okay, so no Banshees is stratagem with the aspect host potential, then they ignore all modifiers to hit wound AP did. Oh, it ignored damage characters. Okay, interesting. I wonder. Yeah, I might have to double check on that rule, but we'll see. Yeah, because I wonder if. Because again, wording is always everything too, of course, when you play Warhammer. Because wording wise, with something like a Necron's Shard of the Catan, they have the damage that come to them, but I don't know if that would also still pertain to your detachment as well. Because they're not really having the damage characteristic, I don't think. They're having the damage that they receive, which I think is, again, ruling wise, again, it's all over the place with Warhammer, but at least wording wise, that's what it seems like. Technically, the minus generation also armor contempt. Yes, yeah, armor contempt. I know. Yeah, you would ignore that because we do subtract the AP by 1 with that. I guess just for me, just as I keep forgetting, even though I do play these Dark Angels pretty okay amount, I keep forgetting armor of contempt is the whole thing. I think lastly I want to try to get some highlights around the golden halo there. Okay, that puts this a bit more to life there. So I think that I'm okay with that. And then we'll go back to his robes here and see if we can get some highlights on the edges. So we'll put this together here. Okay, got that part. And then okay. That's starting to put these robes to pop out of it with a bit more depth there, with some highlights moving back and forth between the dark green and lighter greens. Hopefully that should show up pretty okay on the cameras. That's not too bad to get started with that. Let's see, red-wise, if we move on to some reds, we're gonna have to red, obviously, the sword on them. We have one sword, yeah, we have one sword on his shoulder pad and then another sword on his chest and his eyes. So that's actually a good amount of red we have to do. Let's get on to that. Well, it's like sometimes as well, I guess I find it on that, you know, sometimes, I guess for me, I'd still follow the rule of cool with some of my army lists. Again, I wouldn't really care if Deathwing Knights were the worst units in the Dark Angels at this point. I bought them, and I think they look cool, so we're just gonna have to use them anyways. But thankfully for now, they are a good option. We'll just have to see how they'll fare up if I ever play against more Eldari players. Alright, so with that, we have some Mephiston Red we're gonna move on to. We're gonna try to paint this guy's swords on his shields and on his body. Let's shake this up and let's get going to it. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, let's get to these edges down here. That's not too bad for his red sword right there. Now, one of the toughest war units in the game when calculating about the amount of effective firepower needed per 100 points of that unit. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that too. They are indeed very tough for what they do. Of course, again, as with anything in Warhammer, there'll always be. I'm using too big of a brush. I just realized, but with anything in Warhammer wise, yeah, there's going to be counters to anything, right? At least the funny thing about Banshees is that if Banshees get unloaded on by a full volley of bolt guns, yeah, they're not going to have a good time. But then, of course, a lot of it's going to be about positioning. But as with everything, as we said, yeah, there's going to be counters to just about anything in the game. It's just a matter of how well you balance out your entire army. So let's see, where is my thinner brushes here? Okay, so let's get over here to his swords here on his chest. Okay, that's one sword. Let's go to his sword here on his shoulder pad. All right, that's his sword on the shoulder pad there. I think a Nightbringer, Talus, Pain, Engines, and the Great Unclean One. Yeah. Again, yeah. I know for certain factions, yeah, they just have extreme amounts of value. Although Nightbringer, I actually don't see used as often in most things. Obviously, a lot of it is because a number of good Necron's attachments don't exactly buff the Nightbringer. Obviously, Star Shatter does with it giving Assault, but then again, Assault is not exactly the best thing for the Nightbringer to benefit from. But I do agree, as a standalone unit, the Nightbringer is extremely good. But a lot of it has to be left to be desired in terms of how well it meshes with the rest of like a Necron's army. All right, let's get to his eyes here. I got a little bit over the eye sockets there, but we'll live with that. Okay, we have some cords to go over here on his person, and that should be about it for all the red that we need on this model. Oh, that's right. No, we have a lot of wax seals actually on this guy specifically, so we're gonna have to come back for that. Let's see here. These are some more cords. Okay. Let's see. Kronos Pain Engines, 14 wounds at 7 toughness, 2.5 MB plus for 85 points. Yeah. Actually, I've never had to face against a Kronos Pain Engine before. Even through all my time playing, I actually not have to face against any of those guys. But yeah, for 14 wounds at toughness 7, it's got a lot to tank before it's taken down. Only for 85 points. Yeah, that is quite a bit. There's one wax seal on his shield. I think that's finally it for all the red that we have on this guy. Yeah, okay. The additional damage themselves is all about their special rule of generating pain tokens. Oh, yes, yeah. Pain tokens in Drukhari, the classic. Although we'll see when Games Workshop ever gets around to releasing their codex for 10th edition. But yeah. That's the thing. I haven't also had too much experience playing with Drukhari, especially in 10th. They did kind of fall off sadly with Games Workshop neglecting them. Okay. So let's see here. What else is going to be needed color-wise? We got the wings to deal with afterwards. I suppose I can take care of some brown with all the ones that I spilled onto my wet palette here. Do brown on his belt, the one sheath for his knife. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Let's go for a little bit of a bigger brush here. Sure. Let me go with this belt. See, they're basically just there to hang around and recover pain tokens 4 up that were spent on the OC of 2. Bad shooting, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, if they're going to be just meat shields, then that is also a whole meat shields and circle duty. That's what I like to call them for a lot of units that just have their jobs either doing objectives or taking hits. As of course, with the current way that the game is played, circle duty becomes very important because it's either them or you're going to have to spend a 250 point unit like these guys to do circle duty, which is a complete waste. Okay. So that's the bronze part done here. All right, why not? Let's get going to. Actually, I should do the wraith bone. Everything we'll do wraith bone into actual white, and then that way we will be able to. This guy's off here. Wraith bone into actual white to actually do the skulls around him, and then the parchments as well. Let's see. Drukhari players might just need to move block. Yeah, there's always a lot of things that meat shields can do, and that is often overlooked because people obviously want to keep using all the cool units, and then the ones that are going to be regulated to, as you said, move blocking, meat shielding, circle duty, all that stuff. All right, let's see what we can do here with some of the wraith bone that I have here. So we're going to go back to some wraith bone. We want to be able to go over some of the parchments and the skulls, and which we'll go over with some white afterwards. So let's scoop some out here. Shouldn't need all that much because there's not too much surface area we need to cover with this guy. I got some parchment paper right here, held by that seal. Okay, got that part right there. We got some more parchments on his hip. He's saying 85 points of Cronus can soak on average 30 plasma shots. 30 plasma shots, wow. I guess, yeah, if you're going by averages and like the hit wound rolls, yeah, doing a bit of math hammer there. But then again, when we talk about dice rolls in the actual game, well, I like to believe that dice rolling is a psychological thing than a statistical one. I actually have a whole lecture about that and what that will look like, except for missing the actual piece to drive the point home physically. Okay, let's go to the skulls on the shield. See, fun fact you're saying is that 2 Cronus models for 85 points. This 2 is taking single arm, the second one is cheaper. Unit-wise, really? Is that how that works? Or are you saying 2 models on 1 unit? Because usually 2 models on 1 unit would be able to offer a discount on certain models, obviously, and some other ones you pay extra for. 7 wounds each. Huh. Like, you're spouting something that I have never heard about, and surprisingly, I've never seen anyone use. I need to really look into that about the Cronus paint engines. Okay, so we got those. Oh, that's right. We have a couple more skulls to go over because we got one on the shoulder pad right here. Okay, we'll need to highlight some more of that skull over there in white. 1 Cronus costs 50, team of 2 costs 85. Yeah, okay, so you do get discounted when you increase the squad size. Okay. But that's actually quite a big discount too. You're getting discounted 15 points, so it's 50 and 35 basically. That's quite a bit. But then again, I guess it makes sense because yeah, it wouldn't increase the effectiveness as well as you said. If they're not good at shooting or melee, then like they don't necessarily have any real board presence in that sense. Because obviously Warhammer is a game where, especially when you play at the 1000 to 2000, you do have to make that decision on which units you have to really focus down versus the ones that you ignore. And then something that really surprises some opponents, where you actually go for the play where you just kind of ignore the really big guys. So you just reduce board presence by just reducing all the fodder or the elites that are moving around too much, and then they think they're fine because they still got their really big guy. But then at the third or fourth battle round, they realize that they have no army left except for that super heavy thing. But such is life as to why people do need to take a good amount of infantry or fodder units so that you don't get outboarded by having your big elite guy, being stuck somewhere all day long. Let's do one last goal here. Okay. We'll take those skulls for now. We'll come back with some highlights, but actually now, let's have some fun here, and let's go ahead and start working on the mace. Let's see. You're saying that the new upcountry combat patrol coming with 2 of them. Okay. So you'll probably see a little, yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if the combat patrol wants to promote those guys, then sure. I'm pretty sure people start using them more often when it's finally time. Okay, so let's go back to our brush here, and then let's actually go with, so again, so if you want to work on this guy's mace, we will need to do some silver almost all the way down. The handle, we'll have to switch the color, and then the pommel, I think it should be gold or silver. What did I do for this guy? I made his pommel silver. Okay, sure. All right, so we're gonna have to bust out some silver here. Let's get working on some effects for this guy. So we have just simple AK silver here, and we are going to go ahead and see what we can do. We again don't need that much. It's just one mace that we're going to work on right now. Let's see what we can do with this. So we just go all the way around here. And then we're gonna go coat this with a little bit of a blue contrast to really give it some pop with the metallic still showing. And we'll see what we can do for a power-up effect. I think I might need to try some other ideas, but we'll see for now. Might want to try do the similar lightning effect that I did last time with my inner circles. And we can compare that with how I did with the first model. And we're gonna need a lot more silver now. Forgot there's a big surface area because this mace has so many sharp points on it. The surface area is actually deceivingly quite large. So we're gonna need some more silver on here. Okay, so we got this working for us here for the mace, and then we're gonna have to move to contrasting it once that paint is dry. So I think first here, the very first order of business, I think we'll get some water, and then we move on to highlighting some of the skulls. Okay, so the idea is that these skulls are in the wraith bone, so they're not as white as I'd like them to be. We need to highlight some parts to make them stand out a bit more because they're obviously raised off the shield and his belt. So let's try to get to some of that with a really thin brush. Yeah, one of my thinner ones. Okay. So we're just gonna work with actual, just regular white here that I have from Vallejo, just to get a little bit of a highlight going for that. And we hardly need any because we're just working on very, very small parts of the surface of those skulls. We'll just do white on the areas that are lighter. Shouldn't be that much. Again, you might not be able to see much in on the camera, but it'll show kind of much more in person to me that we got those spots lighter on the parts of the skull there, and the bones on the upper parts. So again, they were trying to emulate how the light would hit against this part of the design. Okay. And maybe just a little few lines on the parchment here, just to give a bit more depth on the upper parts of it. Yeah, because it does contrast quite well with the wraith bone, because that's a much more dirtier white. We got one more skull on his knee pad, and that should do it. If my finger can stop shaking. Okay. I'll take that for now. Let's see, do we approve the buffs of the lion? Absolutely. Although I don't have the lion owned in person, I do like using him. It's just that, unfortunately, a lot of people kind of overlook a lot what the Dark Angels have to offer. Obviously, the lion is like the biggest one, you know, with the Primarch obviously being able to wipe out full squads by himself. So, yeah, I mean, I will buy him, and I obviously will show on stream how I'll paint him when the time comes. Just got to work on a few more things before I build the confidence to paint someone like him and his size and the amount of detail that we'll need. So I do like the fact, of course, yeah, now you get to choose 2 of his abilities to work with, and then that will definitely help out for people that want to try him out. Because the kind of issue that I did see, yeah, is that you kind of are just like forced just to take like the deep strike ability or like the reserve ability, and then his martial exemplar, so the rerolls 1s to hit and wound, because that's kind of like all that you can do with him. So I think being able to take 2 buffs from the lion does allow for more creativity to happen, to actually see everything that he can do with those Primarch abilities. All right, so we will have to do a very thin shade of the Talisar blue. Again, the paint kind of spilled off the bottle earlier, about a few months ago, but we should be able to get a nice blue tint onto the mace without actually compromising the metallic sheen that we already applied onto it. So we'll get some of the contrast here. We do have to spread it out a little bit because we don't want the deepest of blues. We just want a very thin layer, but still a very, very pop on the blue to show. You can see, already see we get like that bluish pop on there, but the sparkle of the metallic silver is still underneath that. Discovered this when I was doing something, I wanted to just try something unique with the Inner Circle Companions, so it worked with their swords, and I want to try to convert that over to these maces here. So we kind of have to do work around it because we don't want it too thin, because otherwise it doesn't really work as well. But yeah, a couple layers and the contrast really make that metal pop with that deep blue layered with the metallic sheen that is on the paint underneath it. Okay, let's make it a little bit darker, so let's get some more here. Spread that around a little bit. Not bad at all. We'll keep creeping down with this effect because I want it towards closer to the handle where it stops being charged up again. I think I'm gonna try to go do some lightning effects that I've done with some inner circle guys earlier on I think it was last week's stream where I finally finished that. So I gotta put all that together now. Okay, got one last section to go over here. I need just a little bit more. Okay. All right, so we got the blue tint onto his mace. So we'll see how we can indicate some lightning effects. So what needs to be done here is that I do have a very interesting color I want to try it again. Because the idea is that I try to make things glow out of the center for this previous guy. If it can be seen, it's a little bit hard, the camera can't focus, but try to make the glowing effect out of the center, but that didn't exactly work the way that I wanted to with the first guy. So with the second guy that we're working on, we're gonna try something a little bit different with some original lightning effects onto the mace. So I guess just as reference, one of the guys I have is this guy. So we did a little bit of a lightning effect with his sword, with you seeing the white. I try to apply the same thing. I know it's not a flat surface, that's what I have to worry about. But maybe we can figure something out with working with the colors that I have so far. So I did use this earlier last time, is that we have Warpainter's Arctic Gem. It's a very nice light blue. We can use that to color the bolts of the lightning. And then we'll use the center as the standard white from Vallejo. Already had some poured out earlier. So we can use those two to try to make this effect come to life here. So we'll need another thin brush here. So which one of my guys can I still use? This one. All right, so here we go. Let's see if we can make this happen. Let's get some of this Arctic Gem out onto the palette. Very small amount. So let's see, so we need to make a little bit of a thicker lines coming across. So you can't really be seen amazingly because it's kind of blue on blue, but I think the white should be able to make everything stand out once I finish these lines here. Okay, so we got that. So we'll have to let that dry for a second, and hopefully it will come to life once I go in between or inside of the lightning pattern that I put on. And then go with some of the white. So let's see, so here. Well, that's coming around a little bit. Let me get some more whites on the outer spikes here. Really make that pop out just a little bit more. Okay, I think that comes out alive a bit better here. And then let's get a little bit of whites on this lower level here. Okay, that looks a little bit more dynamic than what I tried earlier, so I might be carrying on with some of that. Again, it's kind of hard to see on the cameras, but I could try to carry on with some of that afterwards. So we got some of this going along there. Okay, so now because I still have the Arctic gem poured out, that is how I'm going to do some of my wings. So there are some angel wings that are going to be on this guy's chest and his shoulder pad. And with that, we will be able to... Sorry, I thought that was raining outside. But we will be able to get to his wings with some base layers and then white on top of that again. Okay, so we get some more of the Arctic gem. Oh, the Twitch, of course, dropped for a second there. Okay, I think we're back. Fortunately, it just happens sometimes. I don't get it. Okay, so we got the wings done there. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the Twitch just drops sometimes, but I think we're back now, so that's good. let's go and go back, and now we got to do white on the wings. So again, we use that blue there just to have a little bit of a backdrop for things on like the tips of the wings. We can have it still blue to at least get it to work with the contrast of each other. So now here's some of the white. Make our word outwards to inwards. So now the wings can have a bit more depth than just being plain white feathers. Yep. So a little bit behind it, there'll be, again, it's very hard to see on camera, sadly, but there'll be the little bit of blue behind the white, which gives that a little bit more depth to it. Again, it's always just those little things which add up. So hopefully I can make a good example of that with some of my model skills here. Yeah, okay. So we have a bit of wings on his chest, and then we're going to move on to some of the wings on his shoulder. This one should be a little bit easier seen now because there's no robes in the way. Yeah, so we give it a little bit of the Arctic blue, and a little bit of a backdrop of blue behind it. Again, still a little bit hard to see on camera, but it is slightly there, which helps out with the depth of the wings. So I think what I need to do is that we need to go back with this paintbrush on that wraith bone so that we can at least fill in some last crevices with the lighter white on some armor pieces. I did notice that once I was doing the wings, that we need to go back over them again. Let's see, I think we're all out of wraith bone. We need some off of the actual pot here. Okay. Well, it's coming together. I think the last touch I want to do for now is actually we still need a bit of we got the silver on this pommel, and then some Galvorback red on the handle of his mace. We have some silver as well on the hilt of his little knife that he has. We'll work on some of that. Okay, so we got those two pieces there done. And let's go to the Gelverback red on his handle. So we got this Gelverback red. It's like, almost like a purplish red. Works well for the wrap of the mace there on top of his hands. Okay, so we got his handle there. I think that will do it for this guy here. Just about most things I want to complete it off of him. Got a pretty okay tone on his armor. Working with the highlights of the with the Wraithbone rather than fully coating him in Wraithbone. I think gives his armor a bit more depth than what it normally would have been. So that's not too bad. All right, let's see if we can finish one more model before I most likely will have to switch to some games afterwards, but we'll go through one more model, most of it, to see how we're doing. Or actually, what I want to do first, as I think I do like the golden outline on the shield a lot more. It gives it a lot more pop to it. And I completely forgot we needed to do his the scroll across the shield, so let's do that real quick. Do some more Wraithbone here. Okay, so we got that scroll done, and we'll get to writing on that little scroll across the shield at a later time. But for now, we'll take that, and I do want to outline the shield of the first guy in gold. I think that gold outline does a lot more than what Wraithbone would do. So let's go get a little bit of gold here. Don't need that much. Okay. I think there's a lot more depth to his shield there with that golden outline. So let's work on all sides of that. Okay, that puts that alive a bit more. Okay, and let's get a little bit more gold. I just remember now on the shoulder pad of our second guy, and all these little details we go back and forth with as you get a little bit scatterbrained on your painting here. We need a gold up on this halo here that's on the shoulder pad. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't handle my brushes anymore. What's going on? All right. So we got now just about 2 of these guys completed. We got a few more of them to go. That's not too bad with these guys. I think we can move on to this guy now. He's a lot more brighter, if anything, because we did mostly Wraith Bone on him as the uppermost layer. So what I want to try to do here is fix this guy up. We still have to do a lot of smaller areas that haven't been reached with the Wraith Bone, and then we'll move on to the other colors. So I'll give this a second here. Okay, so these 2 guys are completed. Moving to our third guy, and we're gonna definitely need more water in our wet palette, as my room is quite dry today. So there will be a lot of need for water inside of the palette. Okay. Okay. I do a great job of dropping my models. I need a better job of holding on to them, painting them. So let's go ahead and get some more Wraithbone on the palette. Okay. So we got the angel design on this guy. Let's get some Wraithbone onto the parchment here because we have the paint for it. Okay, let's go get the skull on his belt. I think I have to switch that to a metallic skull. There's one skull on his armor pad right there. I think we have to switch that to a metallic one to make that work. This one here on his knee pad will be the standard bleach bone, the wraith bone with the white highlights. Okay. All right, very good. So that'll work for his main armor piece here. And then let's move on to doing some of the greens again. So our good old 1-2 punch of Caliban green followed by some AK's dark green should work on both his robes and his shield. Make sure this brush is quite clear of all the paint that I have on it. Okay, that'll have to do. All right, so again, our 1-2 punch of a good old Caliban green followed by some dark green. This way we get the much darker and dull green followed with some highlights of the lighter green. Okay, so this one's gonna be a little bit different. His shield is going to need to be the robes of the Watcher right there. Okay, so we got his, oh, you can actually see a lot better in camera all of a sudden than in real life. We got his, the robes of the Watcher there on the shield. Now let's move on to the actual robes of the Terminator here. Okay, let's move up towards his chest here. That's the hilt, that's the handle of his dagger, so we can paint that a different color. I think that will do for his robes and the shield. I don't think there's anything else really that needs to be green off of this. Because we can do white on the wings again, the white wings of the base. We have a golden halo, maybe a silver background. We can work with that. So a lot of things we can do with the shield because this one's a lot more complex and detailed than the other ones. Okay, then let's move on to some dark green after this. So let's get that set up there. Okay, so we're gonna need some AK's dark green over here to highlight the robes of both the Watcher that's on the shield as well as his own robes. Okay, and then let's go get a smaller brush here. I'm trying to remember. No, they all have to go with one of these. Yeah, okay. So let's go to his own robes first. So we follow the edge. Okay, so we have that showing up there as a highlight for his robes there. We keep working on the edges that are raised. Oh, he's got a lot of cords. Okay. Okay, so that gives us some good color variation on his robes there. And then let's move on to the shield here. It's not too bad. Get some good highlights onto the Watcher right there. Okay, I think maybe because this guy's got a very, very long handle. You know, let's try to be brave here. What if we put the dark green on the handle wrappings of this mace here instead? Sure, I think we can get away with that. Okay, let's get to some golds. All right, it looks like we got ourselves our very first bot of the day, of course, and that is a ban later. We ain't buying viewers out here. What a way to go. Twitch bots, of course, are always gonna be there. Alright, so that will be the gold on his shield there. And then we can move on to his shoulder pad. Okay. Let's work on the same emblem on his knee here. Okay, and then let's go do this. The last of the gold here can be used on the edges of this guy. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right. You got the most of the gold on the shield there. Let's move on to. We should do some whites here on. Oh, I guess. Let's see. Because if we do, we can do the wings after. I always want to do the red first. Let's go to the red of the swords first. Let's see here. Got a good old Mephiston red here. Let's go for a smaller brush. Okay, we need to make sure we get the hilt of that sword. Okay, let's get some red feathers underneath here. Wait, what? Huh, I'm not used to seeing the sword upside down like that. It's normally pointing downwards, not upwards. For a second there, I thought I glued his shoulder pad wrong, but this is correct. All right, let's get to some chords here. Okay. All right, good. So let's go ahead and do the Arctic blue and the white treatment here for some wings. Oh well. Okay, we'll come back and do some whites above the blue of the wings. What is this? Something. Paint booger on the shield. Oh man. Oh well. We'll have to live with that part there. All right. Okay. We'll take that there as well. And then let's finally go back with some whites here. Oh, we're all out. Let's see here. I'm getting a message from someone. All right, sorry about that. Let's get back to this. And that puts a bit more depth to the wings of the Watcher there. I'm gonna need some Wraith Bone and then hopefully something to fill in. I don't know what color I should use to fill in for that spot in the shield. Let's move on to the other wings for now. Okay, and then I think we should be silvering up now. Maybe I should put some silver in there. Actually, I wanted to play between the gold and silver is going to be on the shield. We can run with that, see how that goes. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see, we're gonna need another dollop of silver here. send a message out real quick too. Let's go start silvering up his mace here. Oh, that's a seal on his mace. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so we got that. Let's see here. I need a bit more silver, so we need to go grab that from the bottle. Let's see, where is my bottle of silver? There, okay. With that, we should be able to finish the design on the shield. see. Okay, that puts a bit more onto his shield, so that finishes up that design there. Let's get some silver on the hilt of his knife. Let's do a bit of silver for his halo here. Now let's silver up this skull right here on his main plate. Okay, now we're gonna need to wraith bone a few things here. Now we have his parchment in the middle and a few parchment pieces elsewhere. All right, let's get some wraith bone up in here. Let's get to this piece of parchment on this guy. Okay. Sure, that matches up all the way through. See, we can leave that skull in silver for being embedded into the weapon. Let's do one last bit here. Okay. Good, that takes care of those. We'll have to come back for some browns on the belt there. Okay. So let's go ahead and get to the weapons here. And let's do our good old bluing of the silver that we've placed on there earlier. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go get our bigger brush. And here we go, back to our Talisar blue. Okay. So that's the bluing on the mace right there. And let's move on to being able to do some Arctic gems again. And do a bit of lightning effects. Let's see. Okay. Actually want to try going back here with a little bit of silver. We have to still do his pommel here. Okay, I'll take that. Oh yes, hello Leon. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're working on some Deathwing Knights. So this is number 3 out of the 5. We completed 2 earlier today. You know, they all got the maces. So we're trying some new effects with. We're trying to add some more lighting effects to the weapons there, but so far we're trying to keep it a little bit similar to the box art. So hopefully this will be a good showing for what the Dark Angels can offer. So we're just going through them one at a time and trying to right now put some of the lightning effects in white above the weapon here. Hopefully give it a bit more pop with the mace that they normally whack monsters and vehicles with. Okay, I'll try to go with that. Let's see, and then well, we need to white up some of these skulls here to give it some more highlights. And actually, let's try this. Let's be a bit brave here. Let's go with some trim on his shoulder pads. We'll see if that will apply onto the rest of the guys. Okay, so let's see here. We'll go back to this brush here. Let's get to some gold. Will this show properly if we went for it like this? So on this outer rim of the shoulder pad, we could try to get away with putting some gold on it, and we'll see if that will show nicely. Gives a good accent to that. Oh, not too bad. Got some good play off the gold and silvers on some of the accent parts, so I'm okay with that. All right, let's do one more for today here as we get to this guy now. So before, again, we have this guy much of a darker tan because we need to go and put the lighter areas onto him with some wraith bone. Again, it's kind of hard to see, but I do start with a little bit of a darker starting point, and then we move on to a lighter color afterwards. So let's go ahead and see how we can handle something like this. So we should be using a good amount of wraith bone here. But again, we'll be focusing, oh, you need to shake this to get more on the cap. And we'll be focusing on the areas that there will be more light hitting off of it. So again, we're just focusing specifically on raised edges and outlines, things like that. That way we can, we'll be able to accentuate a lot more on the parts that we do see of the model than the ones that we don't. So, for example, things like this on the very top of him. And then we move on to, again, just the outer edges now. So we can have a little bit of depth with the parts that we started with, that we prepped earlier today on this stream. Again, all the recesses have already been filled in, so we don't have to worry about that. It should be darker in those spots. We just focus on the areas that would show up lighter as the light hits these parts of the armor. a little bit spotty here on this side, so let's see if we can cover some more areas like that. Let's come a little bit together there. Let's see. Gotta do a little bit of his arms and hands here. Okay, this looks like the white has really come together a bit better here. trying to think about this because this is a two-toned area. I wonder, could we get away with using one Caliban green and one not? Yeah, you know, okay. It's might have to be a little bit brave here, but first let's use the rest of our Wraith Bone here to do the parchment papers. Okay, let's do the big piece of parchment coming across here. Okay, I'll accept that. And let's try to do so. Let's go back to our normal thing here is doing a little combo of Caliban and dark green here. Try to remove the rest of the residue off my brushes here before I start the next part. That'll have to do. Okay, so let's see. This dark green has, there's some left on that. Okay. What I want to try is that with the dark green, let's put that onto this side here. With the sun, and then the sword will have just Caliban green. We'll see how those two play off each other. Gonna be a little bit brave with this one, but it's nice to see how this design can be taken advantage of for some interesting color schemes. If not, I think I might have to just get like Doverback red or something on the background. No, do need to put a bit more. Okay. That's a good start for that half of the shield, so we'll take that. And then let's move on to doing some Caliban green for the second half of that shield. Let's see how, again, I want to see how those two play off each other. So maybe we can achieve something that we can see quite nicely. So we have a nice dark and muted Caliban green that I want to try. Normally we just do this as the base. Yep, we got Kurzak 121 following. I think I've also put my follow notification underneath. Hang on. Like that, okay. Yeah, so thank you for following. Yeah, I usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and sometimes some Saturdays, depending on what my schedule looks like. But we usually do a bit of painting and a few live games as well. But today I think we'll be fully dedicated to just painting here, because I do want to see how much I can get done with these Deathwing Knights. Got a few ideas I wanted to try, especially now when we move on to these shields. So hopefully you enjoy what you see here. All right, so let's keep going through here. I think what I need to do is I need to keep moving with this, because Caliban green is not really easily seen on camera or in real life. But with the contrast of the red that will be on the sword, that's in the middle of that shield area, we should be able to see a good pop out of what we should be focusing on, which is going to be that sword. So we just want to put this underlying layer on the background here. And we'll see to it what we can do. Yeah, with the black primer, the Caliban black on top of black primer, it's a little bit rough to see, but you might just be able to see it. There's that dark green layer right there on the shield. So with that, hopefully the couple things we need to gold up the sun and then the outline of the shield, and then we'll do some red on that sword and the wax seal there. I just want to focus specifically. I should be moving to the roads, but we'll come back to that later. I want to see what the shield looks like. I'm much more interested in that before going to the rest of the model. So let's go ahead and move to doing some golds here. So we got some actually old gold, but we still have some left over onto the palette. So we'll move on to that. So we can get away with a pretty nice trim around the edge of that shield, just to start bringing everything to life here. It's not too bad. Okay, that puts it in a nice balance there. And let's go, just make sure we're consistent here, finish up the inside and back side of that trim. Okay, so that puts that part onto the shield right there. And then let's go to the sun in the middle. Let's gold that thing up there. Should be using a smaller brush for this. Okay, and then let me move to a smaller brush so I can get the edges perfectly lined. And then we can move on to some reds. All right, so let's get some gold onto this brush tip here. Of course, Twitch has disconnected there. We'll wait for that to reconnect for a second. Okay, is Twitch back properly? Yeah, okay. So that came back, looks like. Unfortunately, Twitch just drops sometimes. The second time happened today, but we've been doing fine all the way up until then. So we got the gold sun down. Let's move on to the red of the sword here. I'll move to this brush instead. All right, so let's see if we can catch back up here. So we got finished the gold sun on one side. We did a little bit of a smear. Actually, let's can you fix that? One little section here that is painted over. Okay, yep, so we have the golden sun painted right there. And then we have to get to the red sword on the other side. And maybe, because again, the issue is that with the black primer, or with the, because this is Caliban green on that left side, it's a really, really dark green, so it doesn't really show very well right now. Hopefully with the red sword it should show. Maybe I have to do another layer of Caliban green. I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. So let's first get some Mephiston red. This is what I've been using for all the sword motifs on the Deathwing Knights. So we can put this all together here. Let's see what we can come up with. Thick on the brush. All right. Let's keep moving down here. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll go get that, and I think I'll try for one more coat of Caliban green on that left side and maybe have that pop a little bit more to see better. Although I do need to come back here and do a bit of red on for the wax seal. Almost forgot about that. There's one red wax seal that needs to go right here. Okay, good. So let's turn back here. Let's do some Caliban green. That's coming to life a bit more, but I really want to see, as much as I like Caliban green, because that's just the normal look for Dark Angels, sadly, it just doesn't show up that great. It is a really, really muted dark green color. So let's go grab some more of this Caliban green over here. Let's see what we can do with it. In addition, we can move on to the robes on this Deathwing Knight, because he's got a good set of robes which all need to be colored in as well. Okay, not too bad on that. All right, so let's get into the show. It shows well enough, I think, on camera, the difference between the two. So we got the lighter green side, darker green side on the shield, so all that really did come together pretty all right. Okay, so let's go over to his robes here now, towards the middle of his body. So this is what I call the classic 1-2 punch for the scheme of the dark green for the Dark Angels. We'll start with some Caliban green, but because it's a robe and some parts are raised over others, we can use that to our advantage. We can do some of the darker green. Well, see again, it's always called dark green, but it's a lighter green than this Caliban green, and it can highlight really well on the surface of the robes that we're trying to paint on. We have some parchment papers that we'll paint over again later. And some cords that we painted in red as well. Okay, then we go to his upper body here. The robes still continue up there. Okay. So that's the first coat of the Caliban green on his robes right there. And then we will come to the bottom there and start putting on some dark green, but I think we actually do need to wait just a second for that to still all dry up. So I think in the meantime, I just go ahead and start doing silver on his weapon. It's the first coat that we need to do anyways. So we have to time this properly because different parts of the model will dry at different times before we move on to multiple coats of something else. So let's get to our first order of business here. We have some silver. With the weapons, we try to do some sort of effect like this where you can see it. There's very, very little, kind of faint because you can't see very well onto the on the camera, but try to do some lightning effects, which requires multiple layers, starting with the very first of some silver. So you have AK silver here that we'll be using to layer some of that on. One good sized dollop will do because you do need to spread on quite the surface area on the mace itself that he wields. So let's get over here. It's going to be the head, and there's up to this handle bit here, which will all be needed to be done in silver. So down to there. So although not really that big of an area, deceptively it needs a lot of paint because there's a lot of surface area of spikes and different raised and lowered areas, which all need that coat of silver for that metallic sheen that we will take advantage of to hopefully eventually get some nice lightning effects on, all painted on there in due time. Okay, there's that. Still have a bit of silver paint left, so we should be silvering up some other areas here. I think his knee shoulder as well. So the shoulder pad, knee pad, that can either be in silver or gold depending what I feel like for the model, but I think for this guy it should be in silver. So let's go get this guy here. In between, because there's a skull and crossbones there on the shoulder pad, but let's put silver on the aspects around it for the little metallic design there. Okay, so that's that section right there. Let's move down to his knee. Okay, and we leave the spot open for the skull. That's going to be painted in a different color there. Actually, we do have 2 of the ports on his helmet. Maybe we can give it a bit more life to it if we painted that one silver. Same thing on the other side. Okay. Maybe his belt buckle should also be silver with that skull instead. Okay. Very well. Then let's come back and let's finish our 1-2 punch on our good old friend over here with his robes. And so then brings out the robes with that Caliban green. Is if you can layer some of the highlighting lines with dark green, which is from AK. So we got this AK's dark green over here. So we'll be throwing some of this on. Don't need that much of it, if at all. Let's go refill my wet palette here. It's a bit dry and hot in my room, so this thing has been needed to be refilled a fair few times throughout today's painting session, but no problem. Okay, so let's go to another smaller brush here. Let's see, where was it? Not this one. Where'd it go? How am I losing track of these brushes? This one, okay, yep. All right, good. So with this dark green color here, don't need that much because we're just doing highlights now. So again, it's going to be on the edges and over the folds of his robe here. So really start to come together quite a bit. So add that little layer there to give it just that tad bit of pop that we're looking for on pieces of cloth like this. Same thing's gonna happen here. Let's keep drawing those lines up. Okay, so if you can kind of see it on the camera, it does bring out a lot more to the edges there on his robes. So with that, we should be good to move to the next segment, which is going to be having to blue up his weapon here. We can get to some effects on that. So what I like to use here is that we have a contrast paint of Talisar Blue. We slap a little bit of this on top of his weapon there, giving it a great blue metallic tint to it. So let's get started with some of this. So we do have to spread it a little bit because it is quite the strong paint as it is a contrast paint. But with that, if we start to throw it on top of the weapon there, get in between all the crevices because it is much more like an ink, if anything. It will allow us to keep the metallic sheen that the silver coat beneath it already gave, but then add that great blue tint to it, which starts to make this a lot more than just a simple steel mace that they bonk tanks and monsters with. Make sure we just get it in between the crevices with that thin coat as we make our way around. Okay, let's go get some more. Okay, so that's a good basis to start with. We have the metallic mace blued up, which means we can get to our first part of this, or we can go employ the help of a nice, this brush back again. So we have here Arctic blue for more painters. Again, this is a nice, very light blue, which will help us do like a light basis for a lightning effect that we can put onto the mace there to give it a bit more aura than just the big thing that they whack monsters and vehicles with. Okay, so we really don't need that much because we're just gonna go back and forth with some lines on it. Although we could use some of this Arctic blue afterwards with making the wings of the emblems on this guy. So you just go back and forth a little bit in random patterns as the lightning will crackle up and down this mace here. And then to really cap it all off, we'll be going with a little bit of white to really put the central crackles of the power on this weapon. So that's the first part of it. You can't see very well because it's blue on blue, but it'll show up a bit more once we get the white of the lightning on here. So first off, I need to do this to take advantage. So I start with blue on wings as well. There's some wing sword and wing emblems on these guys. I like to start with some blue onto the wings because that gives it a basis for the white to stand out from. With that, and then we should have the same emblem on his shoulder pad here. Instead of white on black, it should be white on the light blue, and then this will be able to give it a bit more depth to it once the white comes and covers most of it. Kind of like the tips and underneath angles, the light blue will still show, and again give it a bit more depth to the wings than it normally would if we're just pure white. Okay, so those are completion of that. All right, that's fine. I think that's it for all the blue that we need there. So let's go into some whites and let's put this to rest here on this part of the Terminator. See, we need one of the thinner of guys here. We need a little bit more white onto the palette here. Okay. So with this white, if we go over the parts that we did in blue, we can really make the cracklings come to life. Okay, I think that should do it for that. So again, this kind of puts a lot more depth to the simple mace with the strands of the white crackling with the light blue as well. So I like the way this looks like for now, so we'll keep it and we'll move on to those parts. So again, like I said earlier, for all the motifs with the wings, I do really like putting from inside to outside the white on top of the blue. So then any parts that were missed wouldn't be in black, it will be in that light blue color, giving us a basis to work off of. For something really small like this part on his chest, it shouldn't be that big of a detriment, but when we move on to his shoulder, I think we might have to see a bit better. Work our way out like this. Okay, I'll accept that. Now let's move on to some reds. Let's move about a brush size up here.
There you go.
Okay. We got Spoilin following the channel. Yes, thank you for following. Yeah, we stream mostly on Tuesdays and Thursdays, sometimes on Saturdays. Right now, today, we do a bit of painting, of course, as you see right now, and then we do some live games of Warhammer as well, Tabletop Simulator. But for now, I think today was just fully dedicated to painting. I do want to get as much progress as I can on these Deathwing Knights. So hopefully enjoy. The full VOD of what I've been working on is on, I think YouTube has the most unbroken one, sadly. Twitch does drop sometimes, but with this, we'll be moving on to the next section here. So we are doing the sword motifs on this Deathwing Knight here. And any yarn cords as well, they'll all be in red along with it. So that does put a nice big little bit of highlight to separate out that middle part of his chest. Going along here, we'll get the deep red onto his shoulder pad here. I have to come back with to finish the halo and some final touches with I think some gold as well on his shoulder pad as well. On with that. Deathstroke. Oh yes, no, XX Logan. This is actually a Deathwing Knight. Yeah, so this is Dark Angels, not Death Guard, sadly. But I will be basing him though. I think we can get some good. I think I have to find some good sand somewhere. Yeah, I'm not the best at basing, but I'll have to figure something out, because sand I think is the easiest, the way that you put some liquid glue on the base and just throw that right in there in the cup. So I think that's going to be my plan. We'll get to it once I finish all 5. I do have some Inner Circle companions I finish as well. Those guys need to be based alongside that, so we got work cut up for us for sure. Yeah, I think sand is going to be the easiest. I normally don't own any of the grass tufts. I know that a lot of people do like slapping on a few to add to the immersion, right? The texture paint, yeah. I mean, yeah, texture paint is there. I just never got onto buying any. I just actually would get some sand and use Elmer's glue actually and water that down and then put it on there. But yeah, when people go get like the basing parts from like their local store, yeah, they would get like the skulls or helmets of other guys. I mean, because I do collect both Tau and Dark Angels, and I do play them, maybe I can start using, because I am building enough of them, I could use spare helmets on these eventually. But I'll have to see what that looks like later on. But that might be an idea I can actually try next time, is to actually use the helmets of those two factions against each other. There's always one thing I was worried about. I'm like, well, I would like to use helmets of other factions, but what if I run out? But I just realized that after building enough of a faction, you realize you got helmets lying around everywhere. Yeah, so that can be used to your favor, for sure. So let me clear this brush and we'll start again. See, are there any other wax seals anywhere? I already painted that one. Oh yeah, we got some cords. We still have some cords to take care of up here. So up on this side here, coming around. We will need some more. Let's see, I use the heads of people I play, try to match this stuff. Yeah, perhaps. I actually don't play too often with many others. I play mostly with my brother and a few friends who have armies. I mostly, if I do play live games on this stream as well. It's gonna be on Tabletop Simulator though. So that one, obviously you don't have to go through the process of making models, but at least for now, this is still part of the hobby, of course, of actually building real models as well than just playing the game. So we get to do a little bit of both in this channel. This cord all the way around him. Are there any other cords that are in view that I need to be worried about? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Not too bad on that part. I think we'll do some more gold. We need to make sure we gold up his shoulder pads and his trinket there. Maybe even the handle. This is what effects you have other than Town Dark Angels. Yeah, I don't collect much other ones. I have a few kill teams of a few other things, like some orcs and things like that, but I mostly just focus on Town Dark Angels because I want to obviously play the full armies of them. I already have my full army of Tau. It just takes forever to paint them. So I just got some Dark Angels I wanted to get to first. But yeah, because those two factions, I was first introduced them way back into 4th edition, way back then, and it's kind of stuck to them ever since, but only really started to seriously collect them till recently. So let's see here. We need, where's my other brush here? This guy, yeah, okay. Is the gold still active for this here? Oh, it is, just barely. Good. So let's gold up these shoulder pad trims here, because it does give it a bit more pop from their the Wraithbone white that they normally have on them. That puts it together there. You still have Darkest Firstborn Combat Patrol painted up a little. Yep. Oh, the small space rings, yeah. That is definitely a vibe now after they've sized everything up to primary size. But again, the scale was important. I'm not going to deny that was something about the size of the things. Yeah, the original Tiny Dreadnought, I remember how small those guys used to be. That was something, but again, the details do matter, I suppose, from lore wise, so sizing up was bound to happen sooner or later. Although I guess something that I do miss is because my brother and some other friends, they did play a lot of Blood Angels back then. But of course, they got rid of the Librarian Dreadnought that they had access to. That was a vibe, though, having that massive Dreadnought do psychic abilities. Yeah, I mean, the Games Workshop does a still fairly good job with all their newer sculpts. Some are hit or miss, but most of them, especially Space Marine ones, shouldn't be too bad. Now, I always liked the Terminators that the Dark Angels offered, obviously with the unique colors to this, to the bone white, but yeah, obviously this all comes together. So we got HKD2 from YouTube saying that He recently bought a Librarian Dreadnought to paint. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the hunt for Legends models is always one thing. Because if I could, I mean, I have to just go look for it. Because I also love the fact on Legends, you can do things like the Terminator Combat Squad, Command Squad that has like the Apothecary Terminator, which is amazing, but can't really use them anymore. But wash wise, well, I'll have to get that one figured out. Because the only wash I really have currently is like just a standard Nolan oil. I think I'll have to find where to apply that. Normally, yeah, I actually don't do too much on washings except for a few highlights mostly.
There you go.
Okay. There you go. So we got Jay Wasted following. Thank you for following. Yeah, we're painting today. Mostly do a bit of live gaming as well as the painting of models. So hopefully you'll always come by later. We usually stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays and sometimes Saturdays. Yeah, he's saying that. Yeah, I know that. I know the importance of washing. I just never got around to always like buying them and using them. But I do have to make sure to start doing that a bit more often because I know that does make the things pop a lot more. Because then I am kind of. Oh, okay. Thank you, HD. Yeah, HD. Okay, so you came over from YouTube. Yeah, I was streaming on both platforms just to have either people coming from either platform able to stop by. But yeah, Nolan oil is of course the one of the best things to use. But again, I just have to be a bit brave and just get around to doing washings. Obviously stick it to just the armor parts and then figure something else out for like the cloth on this guy. Okay, so let's finish up with doing this guy's hilt here in gold because we can get that one to stand out a bit more. And you come back and do some browns because we got his belt and sheath with his knife that need to be both in brown for that leathery color. Okay. I come back and do some Wraithbone as well because we got some skulls we haven't painted yet, so we have to do those on those guys as well. A strong tone fan as well. Okay, so we got people all doing strong tone washes here. Flesh state for gold, yeah. Yep, the breast finish, I know for sure. Yeah, I have to work on that. So far, at least, I just see the shimmer of the gold. I'm like, oh, that's good enough. But again, all these extra steps, you gotta make it a process, right? So you can actually make everything come together when you're painting these guys. Yeah. Again, a lot of times, because like my biggest critique is, well, my biggest critic, that's the right word. My brother does come to see my models. He's like, oh, you're missing like 10 different things. I'm like, dude, I just want to hurry up and play with these guys, bro. I'm done painting. But it is, of course, I mean, it's all process, right? My first paints were not very good. So obviously just a whole thing of improvement to continue to try the right techniques to make things stand out properly, of course. So, all right, so let's quickly go grab some gold. Sadly, we had a little bit of mishap early today. That I splattered a bunch of brown all over my wet palette, as you might see on that top right corner. They're all dried up now, so we have to start again. There's a large amount of guard that I paint to decent finish. Only touch of when I'm Crusader Result. I suppose, yeah. That is one way to incentivize yourself is that if you do crusades. Yeah, I haven't done a crusade in a very long time, but being able to do crusades will definitely heighten the need to continue to paint because obviously you're improving the army as you move along that narrative. Let's go down the line here. Let's get his sheath now. And let's see, we'll take a step back after this guy to see what else needs to be done on this model. So, make sure we get those edges there. Yeah, just sounds real quick. Oh yeah, Yeah, I mean, that I can see how that goes. Yeah, the crusade mode is great. I mean, yeah, sometimes of course when you play with certain groups, things do get salty and upset the way that things go. But yeah, I think crusade is definitely a new take, or not a new take. It's been there for a few years, but it is a very unique take, I'd say, to be able to, continuously improve an army than just like keep having to send the same one out and watch them all die. So. Although the next time I do play Crusade, because I need to start, obviously infecting my friends who play like D&D, but they also need to, get into Crusade. But Kill Team, actually, I started with Kill Team to come back to Warhammer because again, I was broke. I'm like, bro, I don't want to buy an army, and then yeah, Kill Team was the first one. Like, oh, I just buy just that one team and we can play with that. So I do like it a lot for sure. Third edition of Kill Team was an interesting place to get started with, but sadly though, I don't have too many people that want to play Kill Team often because it feels very much so like a chess match. I don't mind that one bit, but yeah, I mean, there's still the rules you have to memorize, which is different from the army. And then obviously the way that you play is very different. But still, I think it is a very interesting game. But I do like it myself. I do have a few Kill Teams that I have just laying around that I would try to play or introduce people whenever they're interested in doing something like that. So I'll have to see because yeah. Oh, the Dark Heresy. Yeah, okay. Then I have to look that up. Yeah, because for me, like whenever I do anything D&D related, like I just say like just screw it. Like I'm not following books. I'm just like gonna make a scenario and like ask like an AI chatbot to like to like balance it basically, or to add new ideas, and then it actually works pretty okay. Because I'm much more the kind of guy to like forget going. Like I do like rules, of course. Like I am the rules guy for most of my friend groups because I'm the one who reads it all. But like in terms of like trying to like if we're all together, I'm like, dude, let's just get this game going, and yeah, and then just try to fudge whatever happens that is kind of like a roadblock. Just get over it and we can keep playing. But yeah, back to Kill Team though. Yeah, I mean, they were gonna announce that was like the Custodies are gonna get a Kill Team. I remember some people played them during the second edition, of Kill Team, which was kind of whack. But we'll see what they have to offer if Custodies actually get the proper third edition box for them. Well, this is actually Terminator number 4. We only have the one more left to. Yeah, we just did the first coat of it in the darker tan. But yeah, no, like Kill Team though, it wasn't 2, it was 3, I think actually. Was it 3 or 4? Yeah, 4. You get 4 action points, which is crazy in back then. Like out of all the second edition ones that didn't have their own box, Custodies was a complete meme. Yeah, because like if people weren't prepared for it, yes, they just get wiped because they're just gonna keep meleeing you, and then you just end up dead. But we'll see how they properly balance Custodies Kill Team. Because I'm sure they're gonna have to put in things like the why I'm blank on the name, but whatever Sisters of Silence in the midst of that, because it can't just all be like custodian guards, because that would still be fairly unbalanced, and that's not really the way that the Kill Team boxes go. Yeah, so oh, yeah, 15. Yeah, and when you do like the Death Corps, yeah, with like all your guardsmen just trying to pile in on one custodian. That is gonna be. I'm pretty sure that might have. Oh, you won on that objective. Okay, yeah. So I guess if you just pile in on one side, yeah. But oh, we got ad breaks already. Okay, it yells at me that it's disabled, but I guess there's gonna be ad breaks still in this stream. Twitch wants to make it. I'm actually not partnered yet with Twitch. I am affiliated, so we have some Prime subs with us, but yeah, but not yet partnered, so we're still working our way towards that. Okay, so I think this will have to do for what I have planned for this guy. Actually, no, that's where we have to do one last touch with the white after the Wraithbone. So we'll touch up on this guy with some Wraithbone, and then we will we'll move on to our final model for today. Yeah, I actually was kind of doubting if I would be able to do all 5 of these guys, but looks like, well, I had 1 guy completed, so 4 Terminators, but it looks like, because we got a pretty good thing going here, we can do all the rest of the squad today. Which I just keep loving to drop my stinking model everywhere. I'll have to coat that again with some more Wraithbone here. Yeah, so I think with Custodians getting their kill team, I might want to look into getting that once they release exactly what's in it. It will be fun to paint a couple Custodians and have that on the back hand there. And you're back. Oh, good. Perfect. Yeah, so I was just saying, yeah, I was gonna most likely get the Custodian kill team depending what they have inside. I don't think they've confirmed exactly which models are gonna be in there, but that will be a fun little thing to have. Oh, that's right, I need a Galvorback Red the handle. So always remember, once I think I'm done with the models, like 8 different things that I forgot to do. I have to go back and make sure it is done properly. So first, we will get some of this great Galvorback Red here. The nice deeper purplish red. This will go onto the handle wrapping of this guy's mace. So at least we'll show a little bit. Because leather handles are kind of boring if you ask me. I think if you want to wrap a great weapon like this, you got to be a little bit more decorative with this nice purplish red here. Contrast paints, yeah. I mean, I do use. I mean, well, yeah. Maybe you weren't there. I did use a blue contrast paint to actually get this bluish metallic color, because I started with some silver and then I used Talisar blue contrast paint. I obviously spilled some on the bottle, which is hilarious. But yeah, so this guy is the one to actually be there to make certain effects. So I do use them at times, and of course, when I do my Tau models, I use Imperial Fist because I use a lot of yellow for those guys. Can't really see very well on the camera, but yeah, those are the 2 ones that I currently use the most. And also, when I do smoke effects, when I have to, these guys don't have anything smoking, but I also use Apothecary White for smoke effects. So I do use them, just only for certain parts, not over a large portion of the model. Because yeah, for specific effects, that's what I use them for, not really to like get overall parts of it done. Okay. I think that will do it for this guy for now. We'll find out what else needs to be done for him later. All right, very good. So we got him, and now we can get to, so we got 4 of these guys done in total. Now we got our last guy to do. So thankfully they all look similar. I do like the challenge of having to color in different designs for the different shields, but yeah, we got, there's 2 so far of these Deathwing Knights, and the one I just completed is this guy. And then we got 2 more on this side. Again, this guy needs a few more touches, I think, on his trims. I want to trim some things up in gold with this guy, but it's not too bad. So we got 4 of these Deathwing Knights completed, and we got 1 more to do for today. And I love dropping my models onto my web palette. Okay, so we got our last guy to take care of right here. And we had him earlier painted up with this more tan color, so we can work our way up with some Wraithbone onto the edges. And let's get some water onto our wet palette for the last time. This thing has dried on me like 8 times today. So today it is a little bit hotter in my room, but no problem to get this going here. All right, so let's cover this guy up and let's get to it. think this seems to be shaken up. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and get this guy wraith boned up. We're going to focus specifically on just the parts that are raised, so that way we can draw a bit of contrast from the base, so that we can have a bit of popping out with his normally very, very pale armor. Okay. Yes, hello Blacksword. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I guess with your greeting of good day, I believe we got some Australian viewers today then, huh? But yeah, we're doing quite good. We're getting to our 5th and last actual Deathwing night here. So we had some viewers here, you know, stopping by here and there through the whole process of this. So yeah, we're making good progress to finish this full squad hopefully by today. Okay, let's finish up on this guy's shoulder pads and we can then move on to some other colors. Just a little bit more wraith bone will do it. This guy here. All right, good. We'll take this part for now. So we got his armor ready to go here. And let's move on to our next colors here. Look at the shield. The shield's always very important. Okay. I think similarly here, we can do our good old 1-2 punch of starting with some Caliban green and then into some dark green. We should use that for both his robes and the shield. So it allows us to be able to highlight both areas to let it all stand out with 2 colors. Okay, so let's see, where is my brush for that? There you go. So again, we start with some Caliban green. This guy here is a nice dark muted green. And move on to AK's dark green. I mean, it's called dark green, but it's actually lighter than the Caliban green. But again, let's just get a good 1-2 mix with one highlighting the other. So we will need a good amount here. That way we can start our process. So Caliban green is a little bit special because it's very hard to see on black primer on camera. So that's something we have to contend with, but that allows for the highlight to be all the more visible with this little backdrop of the dark green on top. So it might not seem like it's not coming out, but it's definitely there. The Caliban green, again, it's a very dark and muted green. Doesn't show amazing on black primer, but will definitely start to come out once we put it all together here. Because we're going to paint over other areas, we don't have to be that specific. Just make sure we cover all the areas that we want painted over with this dark Caliban green. Okay. All right, that's the shield done. Again, this will be highlighted more in dark green, so it might not seem like much is on there, but that Caliban green is definitely on there. And we'll come back to that once it's dried, and we'll go over to his robes here. We'll need another helping of this Caliban green onto it. Do both his robes on his bottom part of his body as well as his chest area. Well, that's going to be robed up, and then we'll do the same thing of highlighting up with a lighter green to give it a lot more depth to his robes here. One thing I often forget to do is that we have to make sure we paint up the backside of his robes too. So we're all there as well. It doesn't have to be that complete because you won't be looking at this side of him very much, but just want to make sure we get through the formality of getting that painted up properly too. Okay, not bad. All right, so we have that coat there as well. So again, it's a little bit there. You can see it a little bit from the contrasting to the wraith bone of this armor. So we got both his shield and his robes there, which means we are just about ready for some dark green highlights. Let's clear out this brush here, and we can get to that. Okay, so we can move on to get this brush here. So again, we have AK's dark green. This one will let us to really get a play off the two contrasting each other onto this model here. So we're going to go to the shield first. Again, because we're just doing mostly highlights here, we're going to get mostly the edges and some areas around important things like the halo and the swords there. You can get something like that. Go up the line there. Some spots there. Let's keep outlining that. Okay, so this is highlighted there if you can see it on the camera. And this will put it all together here that we got a bit more depth to something like the shield, which is a very dark green base to it. But again, when the rest of the things come together, there'll be more colors. We need some red on the swords, gold on the halo there. It should start to look a bit nicer, especially with the golden outline that will happen on the trim of that shield. But next portion here is going to be his robes. So same idea, but this time with cloth, it's going to be mostly the outer edges and folds, which come towards the light, which will show it to be a lighter shade of green. So we can use all this to our advantage here. Okay, we got that first part there. We can follow this fold upwards. This middle section right there. It's just one fold at a time, and the creases which form naturally should look a bit brighter in real life because the way that the light plays off things like fabric. So that works out pretty well. Then we go to this last section here. Oh, this might be one of my best highlighting jobs yet. Okay. So, I mean, well, the camera doesn't do the best job of it, but it does show the contours properly onto the robe. So I think I like that quite a bit. So I'll take that pretty nicely, and let's go over to the next portion here because I don't think there's anything else left in green that we need to do for this guy. So let's go for some gold here. We got some areas to paint. First and foremost, we got to do the trim on the shield and some other areas on his armor. So because of that, we're gonna need my little bit bigger brush, and we'll be using AK's old gold for this. So this is a nice little bit tarnished gold. This is not exactly the brightest, but it still gets a good, very good shimmer that is slightly muted, but still gets to work its very job of highlighting up parts that we are looking at, which in this case is going to be this outer trim of this guy's shield. Let's go down and layer this on. Okay. All right, that's not too bad for this part right here. Go ahead and do the inside part of this trim. All right, not too bad for that part there. Let's see. Do I need to? Yeah, we can try this first. Do this trinket here that needs to be gold as well. Oop, I'm gonna knock over my other models right now. Okay, not too bad for the golden sun in the middle of this guy. And let's go over to the next part that's gonna be gold, which will be his trim here on his shoulder pads. Give it a nice little pop and contrast against the rest of the bone of his armor here. Okay, and then let's go to his emblem here with the skull, but there's metallic gold that can go around it. see here. This is a really hard to reach spot. I think I have to leave that one alone. Don't want to mess up anything else, so we'll leave that alone. We'll go to his other shoulder here. We got a bit of trim on this guy here. Let's see what we can do with this. Okay, we got a little bit of a halo on his shoulder pad here, which should be golden as well. All right, a little bit messy, but we'll clean that one up with a bit more wraith bone there. And I think lastly we got his knee pad. He's got one little golden thing there as well, which we can paint up. Okay, not too bad for that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's get some reds in here now. We got a lot of things to paint red to catch the accents for and highlights. So let's move on to that. Okay, so we're gonna go grab some Mephiston red here. And let's scoop some out. That should be good enough. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do, we gotta catch these two swords here in red. Okay, so that's coming together on the shield right there. And let's go over here. We got a couple wax seals to deal with. Got one sword. He has nothing on his chest, but we got one sword here on his shoulder pad. Okay. Anything else? I mean, he got his eyes. Anything else needs to be in? Oh, we got a couple cords, don't we? Yeah, we got a cord. Okay. See if we can get his eyes properly with this brush. Okay. I think that will do it for all the parts that need to be done in red. Yep. All right. Very good. Let's see. So let's get to some silver here, and we have to do a couple more things in Wraith, but I think we end the day with that. So let's start working on that mace. Okay. Same ordeal here. We start with this base coat of silver on the mace, and then we will work it with some blue contrast paint so we can get a nice effect on it to keep the metallic sheen, as well as the both metallic sheen and the blue brightness that we work to make a lightning effect off of later. So for now, again, this is going to be the metallic silver on top first, and we will need a lot more paint than what is normally thought to be because there is a lot of surface area on these spikes and raised edges, which all require additional paint to fully coat than if it were just one smooth surface like a sword. We really want to make sure this is fully coated because the blue contrast will be playing off of the metal here. So we want to absolutely make sure everything's covered before we move on to the next step here. Let's see. Let me get something real quick here. And yeah, okay. So that'll do for the mace. Then we can move it forward to some of the contrast paint here. All right, so again, the next part of this part with the mace is going to be using the Talisar Blue contrast paint. This will be able to go over the metallic silver and keep that sheen going even through the layer of paint that we just applied. So we do need to spread this thing out here because we don't want to overpoweringly blue, but we want that bluish tint on the steel to give it the effect that we want. So go over it once with that coat of the Talisar Blue. Again, you can already see the change in the color of something like this. Just easily apply this all the way around, making sure we get every part of that mace as we move this along here. Okay, not too bad. So we got this going on you. We have to wait for that contrast to dry before we move forward. So what we're going, oh, that's right. Well, those are feathers. Those aren't, that's not a scroll. That's not a parchment on them. So, you know, before our red dries off of our palette, we do want to make sure we get that all sorted out underneath his armor plate right there. So let's make sure we get that sorted out here. These are two red feathers, which we are going to paint up in that red. Okay, not bad. So we get this guy done with that. Let's see here. Yeah, we have one last thing to go silver, or a couple things. We have a couple of silver skulls that we want to do instead of the normal white. So let's go grab some remaining. The silver dried off already. We gathered up just enough, yep. So we can easily put this one thin coat of silver on the raised part of this shield. And then another one on his belt. Okay, good. That works out pretty okay. All right, now it's time for a good old next step of doing some Arctic blue. So let's see, it's going to be, that's gonna be this brush, yeah, okay. So we have some Arctic gem we're gonna use, a nice light blue color, which is gonna help us start with some of the lightning effects on this guy's mace. Now we also use it for the wings, which is gonna be on one emblem on his shoulder pad here. We really need just a really small amount of this. Just to get started with, all we're going to do is we're gonna take some of this, and with this, we're going to draw the crisscrossing lines of the lightning that crackles off of it. Now, it's a little bit hard to see on camera because it's not contrasting that amazingly off of the blue tint where he gave it, but this will come to life once we put in our final touches of white to really put everything into perspective of the lightning that crackles off of this basically force weapon. A little bit awkward to me when I see a lot of weapons that they use for like Dark Angels. It's just standard classic steel, which doesn't make much sense to me, because if they're whacking vehicles and monsters alike with these kind of massive maces, like it should be a little bit more inspiring than just a steel club, I would say. So we just go around, do some a few splashes, a few smatterings of that Arctic blue. We'll come back, do some white on that guy, and then this should hopefully bring it to life, even though it might not be best seen on camera. But with that, I'm going to do one last thing with this Arctic gem blue, is that on the wings, actually, for this guy's emblem, we will start with a base coat of this blue. We'll swap it to some white on top afterwards, which lets us be able to work with a way that there'll be the light blue underneath the white of the wings to give it a little bit more depth than it would normally wouldn't have. So it's not too bad for itself right now. Even though it might look a little bit odd that there's light blue wings on him, again, this will be covered up with some white, and it will be showing a lot better with a bit more depth to it. Okay, and I think that's going to be it for all those. There is one wax seal on his shield. I completely forgot about that. Okay, can we quick? Is there enough time? Did my red dry up on me before I can get to that? We're still good. Okay. One more wax seal on his shield here. Okay. All right, good. So now let's go to our last touch here on the weapon with some white. So we will just use standard Vallejo's white here, which will give us our last touch here on his mace to get some crackling lightning crosses across his weapon. We'll need a thin brush for that. Okay. So we just quickly draw some parts here of the white of the base of the lightning over the light blue that we've done earlier. Traveling all the way down, almost to the base of his weapon there. I don't overdo it with the white, so yeah, there you go. So it's not the most amazing of all lightning effects, but it is something that we can work with to at least show a bit more than just classic gray steel that these guys smack into tanks and stuff like that. Okay, so we can move on to our next part here, which is gonna be some brown on his sheath and belt. He has a little knife that's on him, so we gotta paint that up in brown to signify that leather. And then I think our last parts here is gonna be a little bit more wraith bone to cover up the last parts of his armor, and that will be it for this model. So let's go grab some of the brown. Did all of this dry up? Yes, I'm pretty sure it already has. So let's go grab a little bit more of this brown here. Just a really small amount, we don't need that much. I think we got one part to silver up. I do see that there is a little clasp on the sheath, which most likely will need to be silver. And we work on his belt here. So we got that. Let's go over this one more time. And we need to come back with a little bit more silver now. Just a few touches of this. First one's going to be on this little clasp at the bottom of his sheath here. This is made out of metal, not out of leather, so we got to show that. I think for the other Deathwing Knights, actually, I just realized it might be the same exact story there too. Okay, let's double check here. I do need to go over all my models now. Yeah, I just painted all that brown. We need to switch that up to some silver here. I think the idea there is that with that being metal, it wouldn't poke holes through the leather with the point of the knife. So looks like I made the same mistake all the way throughout all these guys, so at least we have the silver to cover that up now. We did do this guy though. Okay. And this guy, we did not paint his sheath or belt at all. Okay, cool. Let's make sure that we do, huh? And then let's go and paint up the leather of this guy's sheath and belt, because we completely forgot to do that. All right, let's see here. I think yeah, we need to go for some white. I forgot to do the wings here on the someone's messaging me about trying to make an account for this thing. Okay, so let's go. Let's go back with some white and drop that much on me. So we go back to the wings that were light blue. The idea is that if we but on top of it, through the white, it will give us a basis for the white to play off of. Instead of just being pure white feathers here, we will be able to do something like this. There you go. So a little bit of blue behind, I know kind of spilled over, but we will go over that with with Wraithbone instead. Yeah, so I think the last thing we need to do is go back. Wait, we need to silver up his pommel. It's definitely one thing we need to make sure we do before we finish this guy out here. So we've got the pommel for this guy's weapon. Okay, then as well for the handle wrapping for this guy's mace, I'm going to use some Warback Red for that. So we got some Warback Red, which will be a nice purplish red color. This will definitely help us out here. Okay, so that takes care of his handle there. And so I think the very last thing we need to do is just get some Wraithbone for some skulls and top it off with some white, and that will do it for today. So we did a lot of painting today, but definitely was worth it to actually finish this full squad of the Deathwing Knights here. So let's see here, we need some more Wraithbone. Let's cover the Warback Red. Just make sure all of our paint pots are covered up properly. This will be used in a little bit, because it is one of the worst feelings in the world to have your Citadel paints dry up on you because you didn't close them up properly. So absolutely make sure I didn't use any of those though. Yeah, okay, so with some more Wraithbone here. We will go over each of the skulls here and then come back over them. This is a little bit too thick of a coat. So we just the knee pad of this guy, and then we got skull and crossbones on
There
one
you
shoulder
go.
pad. And yes, we've got, okay. Yes, all right. Yes, we got one of my friends saying that with Coat Gaming's BF, he's gay. Yes, what a great name that you made for a new Twitch account. Hilarious. Yeah. What a way that you come into my stream, man. Of course, it has to be near the end where you just show up like that. Okay, but still we'll be focused on finishing up the last coating here on the skulls here for this guy. Okay, good. So with that, I should be able to finish this off with a little bit more white to highlight those skulls, and that will be it. Okay, so the white hasn't dried still, that's perfect. Let's not get that heavy of a coat. See little thin highlighting bits here. All right, but I think that will do it. Has been the complete Deathwing Knight to me. Now everything fully trimmed up, and I actually know there's some last. No, I gotta trim up some last other models, and that'll be it. Okay, Let's close this thing up. The gold hopefully hasn't dried up yet. Get my bigger brush here. Okay, good. Because with some of these models, I did not put the trim on their shoulder pads. I think it does give it a bit more depth. It's quite nice, so we'll go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, so that is going to be this guy. Got his shoulder pads trimmed up. And then let's close out with this guy. Yeah, the first guy has not got his shoulder pads trimmed up, so let's go get him. All right. Yes, thank you. But if this is gonna be there, these are all 5. We're not expecting it today. We just kind of got into the groove of it. But this will concluding and painting all 5 of these Deathwing Knights here. So we got 5 of these guys. We painted 1. We finished 1 last time, but we got through all 4 of them. So we got the full squad of 5 of these knights, all with their maces. Technically, one's got like a really long mace, so this is supposed to be the great weapon. So yeah, but anyways, though, we got all 5 of these Deathwing Knight Terminators done. So this will actually conclude about a 6-hour stream for us, but this has definitely been quite fulfilling to actually finish this full set here. So again, we'll be back, I believe, on Tuesday to do some more painting and playing. So again, thank you everybody for coming today. This has definitely been a great time for me to see you all here today. So with that, we'll be back again. Again, the full unbroken VOD on our Twitch. The connection breaks sometimes, but yeah. But it should be, the full VOD should be on my YouTube channel. So again, we'll be back again live on Thursday, and not Thursday, today's Thursday, on Tuesday. And thank you all for coming. We'll see you all next time.